Good morning, friends, followers and channel members. Hope you're well. Oh, slight technical issue there to get the stream started this morning, but never mind. I think we're good. Had to restart Streamlabs, but aside from that, I think we're about ready to go. Okay, so it is a mileage Monday. It is a long-ish haul. We're off from Gatwick to Fuerteventura, and something a little bit different today. In the real world, this flight departs. Scheduled pushback time is 0900 Zulu, so in about 17 minutes. Whether we're going to be able to match that, I don't know. Perhaps the real world flight will be delayed, a little bit like us. So we're going to get in, and we're going to start getting set up pretty much straight away. No hanging around. Good morning, Vaughn, and good morning, Nick. Nick, you flying alongside us today? It seems to have been a while since I've managed to fly alongside you, so hopefully that would be nice to see it in the sky. So as I said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start getting set up nice and early doors if we can. So the operational flight plan is already pinned in the chat. Hopefully you guys can see that. Good morning, Lewis. Hope you are well. All our ground staff are now coming to the aircraft, as you can see. So let's get on board, shall we? It is, of course, cold and dark. First flight of the day, so I can get the flight pad turned on, and then we'll have a look at what fuel we're going to take with us. Get those batteries on. External power can be connected. Go through the usual flows. And we'll start getting the ideas aligned as well. Leave those fuel pumps on then until we've got the fuel on board. We're going to start getting those passengers board as nice and early as well, so we'll get the APU on in a sec. Just before we do that, let's do the APU fire test. Well, actually, let's go through all of them. So engine 1, that's fine. Engine 2, and of course then APU. There we go. Right, happy with APU. We're going to get those passengers on pretty soon, so let's count to 3. 1, 2, 3. APU starting. And we can see ideas are being aligned. Let's just get our info from SimBrief. There we are. So our operational flight plan, let's crack on with some fuel refueling. Right, so the weather here in Gatwick is pretty nice. No concerns about that. The weather in Fuerteventura is also forecast to be very nice when we get there as well. No issues there. The weather en route, however, it could be some turbulent times. We've also got some en route cumulonimbus clouds that we may want to avoid. So I don't see any harm in taking an extra ton of fuel. All the weather around our alternates as well is pretty good. So an extra ton of fuel, just in case anything goes wrong, of course, is all we're going to take with us today. So we're going to load about 13.5 tons of 13.5 tons of fuel. Which is, what's that extra? It's 1.5 tons extra, isn't it? So 1.5 tons extra, of course, including the contingency. So let's go ahead and tell the refuelers to get going. 13,500. Okay, and that's been done. Right, as we'd like to push back as close to the real aircraft as possible, we're going to start getting those passengers on board. Shanray, good morning, and Pascal, good to see you as well. So hope you're both well. Self-loading cargo just firing up there. Wonderful, passengers are now boarding. Well, we need to go ahead now and carry on doing our preliminary cockpit checks. So let's just come down to the center console and check. We're on Unicom, we've got the guard frequency. Cockpit door is currently open. Switching panel, thrust levers, engine mode selectors, starters, parking brake, and let's just go ahead and pop that transponder to where it should be. Standby, turned on, and set to 2000. Current QNH here in Gatwick is 1018, so set the standby. 1018, anti-skid is on. Up onto the glare shield then, and I'm going to set 4,000 feet. Get some lights on as well. Flight directors 1 and 2, 1018 set on the QNH. And then let's set our instrument panel up as well. HD, good morning, sir. Hope you're well. I don't need those to be that bright. It's not that sunny in Gatwick this morning. So about 4.5 hour stream, I reckon. Well, no, about 4 hours 20-minute flight for you today. Those of you that stick with us for the full flight, hats off to you. Most of you, I imagine, perhaps maybe popping in and out as we go. It'd be great to have you on board for this flight today. RS alignment then in 5 minutes. Refueling is currently underway. So let's just get the simulator linked with SimBrief. There we go, 4 hours 14 minutes. Just clear the scratch pad. Okay, block fuel, we can ignore that. Right, let's check this against our operational flight plan. Again, that's pinned in the chat for anybody that wants that. 173 passengers, 17992 is the payload. That's fine. And we'll just offset that centre of gravity a little bit. Zero fuel weight is 59. So that's good. Let's get those weights loaded into our aircraft. There we go. Okay, so now let's start setting up the box. Aircraft status, we have the LEAP engines. Current AirX cycle is installed. And let's get the uplink from the headquarters. There we go. So our call sign today, the same as the real world call sign, 86 Romeo Mike. Oh, there we go. Let's try again. Romeo Mike. Easyjet Romeo Mike. I like that one. That one rolls off the tongue. The alternate is Tenerife South. There we go. Cost index of 8. Cruise flight level 370 minus 54 on the flight plan. That was done a few hours ago, so I'll leave that as 52. And the tropo is 41270. I will change that because there's quite a big difference between that and the operational flight plan. I don't imagine it to have changed quite so much. So we'll pop that there. So our flight plan then, we're departing runway 08 right. I'm just checking, there's no ATC on at the moment, but 08 right I think is in use at Gatwick. And now our operational flight plan says the SAM 3 Papa SID. Well, that is not true. The SAM 3 Papa SID is reserved for UK flights only. So we're not doing that. Fitzy, good morning Fitzy. Hope you're well. Fitzy, it will say format error if you've not put a flap setting in. So if you're trying to calculate V speeds with no flap setting, you're going to get a format error. Right, so as I was saying, the SID we're actually using today is the Inver 1 Zulu. Let's go and find that. There it is. Inver 1 Zulu. And then there is a discontinuity. We're straight down the November 63 airway to Southampton. And then arrival at the moment, the plan is the runway 19 ILS. And that's on the Turto 8 Whiskey. Now I will interrogate that en route to make sure that's correct. But the Turto 8 Whiskey, I also need to check the initial approach fix for that, which I had not done. Is that via Bamku? I think it might be. Let me just have a quick look. Yes, the initial approach fix is Bamku. And insert. I've not actually got the chart open for Fuerteventura, so just bear with me a second. I am just grabbing that on my second screen. ILS Zulu. Yeah, oh, there we go. Yep, that's correct. So that's a distance then of 1,611 miles. Flight plan 1,601. 10 miles difference. I shall take that. In the RadNav page then, nothing that I'm going to pop into there. There's no VORs here at no VORs there in Gatwick. HD, you think it's going to be 01 by the time we get there. You're 99% sure. Well, fair enough. We'll keep an eye on that. We can. The great thing about this is we can change it, and we know that the flight plan will accept it. We're not going to wreck our flight by doing it in the experimental version. So that's pretty neat. Init B page. 0 fuel weight 59, 0 fuel weight center of gravity 29.3. The trip wind today is a headwind of 47. And fuel planning is 13.4. Says our takeoff weight 72.2, and the fuel required for the alternate is 1.8 tons exactly, which is rare. We can be conservative. Let's use 1.9 for the calculations. That gives us an extra 43 minutes of flight time. Good. Now, because today I'm actually streaming with just a single monitor, as I usually do for the Mileage Monday flights, I need to just access. Have we got the Navigraph on here? Do you know what? I might not have done. So that's my bad if I've not. It means I've not got the charts showing. Ah, that's a pain. Right. Okay, I can load that up in a second. In fact, the charts we will be able to use. We can use them on the flight pad, can't we? I keep forgetting about that. So we'll go ahead and use that in a moment. But basically then, let's just talk about how we're going to do our departure. Where are we? We're at stand 102. We're going to push back facing east and then taxi down via Papa and Juliet. And then on departure, on the Invo 1 Zulu departure, there is a max speed in the first couple of turns of 220 knots. Oh, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself actually. Speaking of max speeds, transition altitude here is 6,000 feet. And the thrust reduction is 1,203, 1,200 in the sim. Let's just also edit the engine out acceleration. There we go. Let's calculate those V-speeds then. So yeah, Charlie, if you've not got a flap setting in there, it will just say format error. Right, so we'll fly the first couple of speeds at 204 knots. We'll do that in flap 1. I'm going to set that on here. There we go. So let's just check that flight plan then. So we've just said how we're going to do the taxi out. Here we can see those speed restrictions. So straight out, runway 08, left hand turn, no turns below 710 feet. And then it's a left hand turn. And actually at this point we want to be no higher than 3,000 feet. So let me just go ahead and amend that. There we go, 3,000 feet. With then up to Kilo November 09, again 3,000 feet, 220 knots still. And then as I scroll down there to the next one, again 3,000 feet. Then we can though increase to 250 knots, and then 4,000 feet, and then at our discretion. No ATC online, so after invert we'll continue our climb out. Although to be fair, oh no, we have got Gatwick Tower is online. To be fair, they won't control us that far out, but at least we've got someone to contact now for our clearance, so that's neat. So with that in mind, that's how we're going to fly the departure. Let's talk about if things go wrong. So air traffic control is online. Weather here at Gatwick is not below minimums or anything like that, so if we have a problem we can return to Gatwick, no issues there. The aircraft is the A320NX experimental build, which means that we can play around with the flight plan and it's not going to destroy anything. And we can also come back here, but if we do, we're quite heavy, so we're going to have to run the overweight landing checklist if we had to come back in a hurry. HD, I've just seen your performance information for that, so let's just go ahead and pop that in. That's a departure via Gulf, did you say? Lovely. So even if it takes us to the end, that will still be valid. So that's going to be a flex of 56. And those speeds, they're not far off actually, are they? 141, 141, 143. 141. We're going to get a disagreement there. 141, 143. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Okay, so as we're saying, weather's fine, we've got a good aircraft, and threats to be aware of here. Obviously it is congested airspace, congested airport, lots of traffic. We have a very low initial stop climb altitude, so we need to be aware of that. We've also got a first couple of speed restrictions in the first two turns, but we've briefed those and that's fine. Let's move on to our emergency brief. So any problems, the tower is online, so we'll contact ATC, tell them if we've got any problems, and obviously we'll have to stop the aircraft, at which point we'll then check to see if we can resolve any of those problems on departure. Obviously my takeoff. Any problems or warnings before 100 knots, then we'll consider stopping, but after 100 knots and up to V1 we only stop for ECAM warnings, uninhibited ECAM warnings that is, cautions, engine fire, failure, or with or without thrust loss, and of course if we also think the aircraft will be completely unsafe to fly. If that's the case, we'll make the decision to stop, call stop, and then go max reverse, keep the aircraft nice and straight. Use manual brakes, auto brakes and stop the aircraft as well as I think it should, and I can also point the aircraft into the wind if we've had a fire warning. Once we come to a stop, then we need to stow the reversers, set the parking brakes, and then we'll just take a pause, check the ECAM for any warnings. Once we've established the cause of the failure, we can either complete the ECAM drill, ask ATC to vacate the runway, or of course if it was more serious and you had a fire, then we'd potentially run the evacuation initiation. If we have a failure after V1, of course, then we have to get the aircraft into the air. If it's an engine failure, fly using a standard technique of 12.5 degrees pitch, following SRS, using rudder to counteract the yaw, and then once the aircraft's got a positive rate of climb, we'll get the gear up, trim that out, and then we can engage the autopilot. We can also go for toga, as we will be doing a flex takeoff now. We'll also want to pull the heading bug nice and early so we don't continue round the corner, those left turns on the SID. Now it's a nice standard engine out procedure just here, so we'll pull the heading bug, fly nice and straight. Once we get above 1500 feet, or rather at 1700 feet actually for this departure. At 1700 feet it's right turn to the Willow holding point. Entry is 284 and the hold is left turns. Once we've secured the engine, we can push the level off and accelerate, retracting the flaps. Go open climb, and then we'll set maximum continuous thrust. Okay, so how are these passengers doing? Because it's almost pushback time. I think actually they are all on board. So with them all on board, has refueling completed? Refueling has completed. Let's get them strapped in the seats. We'll get the seatbelt signs on, and that door can get closed. We'll also contact ATC in a moment as they are nicely online.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our Easyjet service. Please place your large bags into the overhead locker, wheels first, and keep your small items under the seat in front of you. These include laptops, handbags, duty-free and loose items of clothing. Once you have safely stowed your cabin bag, please take your seat. To help us ensure a prompt departure, we would kindly ask that you keep the aisle clear, enabling all remaining customers to board. Your seatbelt can now be fastened ready for departure. This is a no-smoking service. Thank you for observing this policy.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to lock the flight deck door, and we can turn the cabin music off as we contact ATC. Just checking, there is just tower online, the ground isn't online. No, it's Heathrow ground. I thought it was Gatwick ground. It's not. 12422. There we go. Gatwick Tower, good morning, Easyjet Romeo Mike is stand 102, type A320 Neo, requesting IFR clearance as filed, and we have QNH 1018.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, Gatwick Tower, hello. Are you able to import advance load departure for straight right?
Roger, yeah, we can take the Inver 1 Zulu departure, 08 right.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, clear to Fuerteventura, Emperor 10 departure, after Emperor, November 63 to Southampton. Attendance filed, squawk 6461.
Depart by the Inver 1 Zulu departure, then on the November 63 to Southampton, squawk 6461 for Easyjet Romeo Mike.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, correct.
So that was all expected anyway, wasn't it? Slight cock up with the Simbury flight plan.
772, taxi holding point, Easyjet 1, via Kilo, Romeo and Easyjet.
Great stuff.
Cabin crew, please arm doors and cross-check.
So let's run the before start checklist in a moment. I just want to do a couple of final checks and then we're good to go. Just check we've got 3 nav green and fuel is all nicely balanced. Good stuff. Okay. Before start checklist. So cockpit preparation is complete. Signs on and auto. ADIRS 3 nav green. Fuel quantity 13460 and balanced. FMGS is set and altimeter 1018. Have we still got a blue? Oh, we still got a blue. Thank you, Mr. PM. Let's get rid of that, shall we? I don't want to be dragging the GPU with us to the Canary Islands.
Good morning, Gatwick Tower, at 464 with East Stand 2. Information Echo QNH 1018, requesting IFR clearance to destination.
Steward 464, Russian Gatwick Tower, hello. Are you able to import of 10 departure for straight right?
This is ground. Stand by.
Yeah, we're okay with the Inver 10 departure, Steward 464.
We now have voices. I've updated the toolbar pushback and we've got voices. That's neat. Okay, I think we're now about ready to push, so we'll request that and then we'll get ready to go. Fitzy HD is always there to the rescue. That's why he's my PM, and a damn good one too.
Clear to spot, yeah, Fuerteventura, about it into
Okay, sir.
one Zulu departure in
All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
7275, Super
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Steward 464,
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
Is there
By for pushback.
We're now standing by for pushback. This is all very new. I've not done this before. I literally downloaded this prior to the stream, so this is nice. Gatwick Tower, Easyjet Romeo Mike. Parking sign 102 is ready for push and start.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, stand 102, push and start approved, face west.
Push and start approved facing west for Easyjet Romeo Mike. Okay, so we're going to be facing west then. That's fine. Let's get the beacon light turned on. They've told us nose wheel steering is disconnected. Let's start the timer. Acupressure is in the green. Transponder. Okay, let's release the parking brakes.
Please set parking brakes.
Why are you telling me to set the parking brakes? Okay. Reverse.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push. Parking brake set.
Okay, cleared for push start.
Ah, I see.
Release parking brake.
There we go. Oh, HT, you have to tell us how realistic this all is now.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
Before start checklist below the line. Windows and doors closed and armed. Rotating beacon light is on. Mobile phone is on silent, and parking brakes, well, are now off. Let's start the engines. Engine mode selected to ignition, and starting engine 1. So toolbar pushback now has voices. American voices, but never mind. I just need to grab the chart because we're now going to be taxiing via a different route, I'm guessing. Probably Lima, Quebec and Juliet, I would expect.
Showing the exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets and brace position that you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 2 emergency exits at the rear, 4 in the middle, and 2 at the front of the cabin. Floor lighting will guide you to an exit. Please be aware that your nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency, leave all cabin baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened when the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start.
Starting engine 2.
Put the mask over your nose and mouth. Hold in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take the life jacket from under your seat. Put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist.
Okay,
Click
pushback
together.
completed. Please set your parking
And
brake.
pull the strap to adjust.
Parking brake set.
Do not inflate it inside
Parking
the
brake set.
aircraft.
Lowering aircraft.
When outside, inflate by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs
Startup is
topping up,
complete. You
blow
may
into the
disconnect.
tube. There's a
Roger.
light
Good engine
and
start.
whistle for
Clear to
attracting
disconnect.
attention.
See you at the side.
We also
Have a
carry
good flight.
flotation aids for children.
Holding position waiting for the
Your
visual.
tray table
Thank you
must
and
now be
goodbye.
stowed, armrest down, window blinds open, and seatbelt
And
fastened.
Fitzy, yeah.
Flight with Easyjet.
That
464,
is
stand.
toolbar pushback.
Start approved, face north.
Push start face facing north. Lever 44.
So I can now get rid of that.
All stations, information. Foxtrot is now correct. QNH 1018. Easy 642 Tower, hello. Are you able flight level 180?
Engine 2 stabilized. AP bleed off. Anti-ice not required.
M4 10 departure, Squawk 7506.
And 29.3.
Negative, squawk 7506.
Squawk 750.
I'm just waiting for him to do those ATC calls. I might as well take the time to do a flight control check. Full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, rudder, full left. Okay, pushback is clear. Easyjet Romeo Mike is ready for taxi.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, taxi holding point Juliet 1 via Lima, Sierra and Juliet.
Holding point Golf 1 via Lima, Sierra and Quebec for Easyjet Romeo Mike.
Negative, holding point Juliet 1 via
Juliet
Lima,
1.
Sierra and Juliet.
Correction, holding point Juliet 1 via Lima, Sierra and Quebec for Easyjet Romeo Mike.
Negative, it's Juliet, not Quebec.
Lima, Sierra and Juliet for 86 Romeo Mike. Okay. Lima, Sierra and Juliet. Oh, I see, he's taking us a long way through the cargo area. That's fine. So now we know what we're doing. Let's get the lights on. Release the parking brakes. I don't think I've ever been this taxi route before. Nice straight taxi line at the moment, which gives me a chance to flick the switches, drive through the fuel trucks, leave destruction in my wake.
Easy 772 Roger. Current taxi, holding point Golf 1 via Juliet and Golf.
Was this common? I don't. Well, do you know what? I don't think I've ever been on the top side of Pier 6 and done a runway 8 takeoff. So fair enough. We'll get to have a little tour of the Gatwick scenery, won't we? Oh, look at that! There's the Easyjet hangars. Whilst we're doing this, then, let's just do a PEDS check. So no change to the performance, and QNH still 1018. Flex is still valid of 56. Engine out procedure is standard, so going ahead in a straight line, and then at 1,700 feet, right hand turn to the holding point, which is Willow. Departure matches what we have in the FMGC. Stop altitude 3,000 feet. Also have the speed restriction as well. We're going to fly out in config 1 throughout the first 2 turns. Down here, and then we're holding at Juliet 1, I believe he said. We'll make this turn, and then we shall go through our before takeoff checklist. So before takeoff checklist. Flight controls checked, departure briefing confirmed, flap setting config 1 is set. FMA takeoff data 141 blue, 143 magenta, climb nav blue, 3000 magenta, and flex 56.
Easyjet via Golf 1, runway 08 right, surface wind 090 degrees.
Transponder is set, ECAM memo takeoff, no blue, electronic flight bag is stowed.
Seabird 464, taxi holding point Easyjet 1 via Easyjet.
Taxi holding point Juliet 1 via Juliet, Seabird 464.
No weather mod, Shehu, it's all default. And Gatwick Tower Easyjet Romeo Mike can also depart via Golf if you prefer.
Easyjet Romeo Mike, clear taxi holding point Golf 1 via Golf.
Clear to taxi and hold short at Golf 1 via Golf for Easyjet Romeo Mike. HD, do you still call 3000 blue?
Easyjet Romeo Mike behind the departing company Airbus A320 via Golf 1, line up runway 08 right behind.
Behind the departing company Airbus 320, line up and wait behind for Easyjet Romeo Mike. So here's Golf, there's the departing Airbus.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff, please.
Have we had 3 minutes on the engines? That is a good point. I believe we have, actually. Another reason we have the chrono. Not sure why I'm looking at that runway. Nothing should be landing on this runway, but never mind. There goes the Easyjet, so we're now clear to line up. Via Golf 1.
Easyjet772, no further is available. Monitor Unicom 122.8 by today.
Unicom 123.8, that's the service. 770.
HD, is that not Golf 1? I'll let you get your ruler back out. Oh, that's Golf Romeo, isn't it? Oh, the sign diddled me. We're now short, aren't we? Right, in that case the flex temp's no longer valid. We'll go Toga.
Easy56, aggression Easy86 on the mic, runway 08 right, surface wind 090 degrees, 7 knots, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 08 right for Easyjet Romeo Mike. If I had the time, I would we'd obviously vacate and go back, so we've got the full length. Sadly, I'm going to have to move forward with this, but before takeoff, below the line, cabin is secured, engine mode select is normal, TCAS is TARA, packs are off, anti-ice not required. So, as we've lost valuable meters of tarmac, we're going for toga. Engine stable and set takeoff thrust, which is now man toga SRS runway.
Check.
V1 rotate. Nav.
Right. Clear up.
Autopilot 1 engaged.
From your mic, no further aid is available. Monitor Unicom 122.8 by clear.
122.8. Thanks for the service. Easyjet 6 Romeo Mike. Thrust climb. Open climb.
That's about 464, Juliet 1, line up runway 0 right.
Pack 1 on.
Juliet 1, line up 0 right.
Pack 2. No ATC, well, so we will continue the climb out. Let's set 10,000 feet. Thrust climb, open climb, and we'll go standard pressure.
Seabird 464,
Fly level
runway
100
right,
blue.
090 request, 7 knots, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff 0 right.
We'll still maintain these speed restrictions though. After this turn, we will clean up and accelerate away. There's still a speed restriction, however, of 250 knots, even though we're now still climbing out above the constraints with just because we've got no ATC around.
Seabird 464, no further aid is available. Monitor Unicom
Okay, we're through that turn,
122.8.
so let's go to manage speed. Let's clean up.
122.8.
Flap 0, ground spoilers disarmed. HD, good job that didn't happen on the line check. Yeah, you're telling me. I need to go back and have a look at the scenery. I paid too much attention to the signs in the scenery, which I expected to be correct, but we taxied down via Golf Romeo as opposed to Golf 1. I don't know if that sign is correct, HD. You will have seen that in real life. You'll be able to let me know, I'm sure. Cabin crew is now free to move around. Speed and Alt Star. Let's continue that climb then. We're going to set flight level 200. So thrust climb, up climb 200 blue.
We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes.
And passing 10,000 feet. So I'm happy to let the aircraft accelerate away through those speed constraints purely because we haven't got any ATC around. That said, in managed mode, managed speed, those restraints are actually going to be adhered to, so that's nice. Yeah, so as HD's just said, only in managed mode will the constraints be adhered to. So we're in managed mode for the speed, which is why we're holding 250 knots, but we're not in managed mode for the climb. So we're in open climb as opposed to climb. HD, I think you might be able to. Let's have a look. Let's see, shall we? Has that got rid of it? Yes, it has. There we go. Pitching down, accelerating away. Ooh, nice tip, HD. I don't think about doing that because, one, it never used to work, and two, it used to break things. Seatbelt signs off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has now turned off the seatbelt sign and you are now free to move around the cabin. We do recommend, however, when in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times in case of unexpected turbulence. The toilets are now available. Please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
HD, do invert 2. Oh, I see. Yep, that's fine. Tell you what I didn't do with all the confusion of taxiing down the rapid exit taxiway. I didn't start the chrono, which is annoying. I'll pop that on now. Obviously we're going to be about 5 minutes behind that, but there we go. Because I don't think it actually gives you the information here correctly, does it? I forgot which page it's on now. It's not in the ATC menu. HD, where's the off-block time? Forgotten where that is. Overhead panel check for UHD. Your paranoia check. Think we're good. None of the guarded switches are open, so that's a bonus. Yeah, that's okay. Can't see anything I don't like the look of up there. So as we start to climb out through these higher levels of clouds, I've just popped the icing on. And let's continue to our planned cruise 370. Thrust climb, climb. Oh, I'm feeling redeemed, HD. I got the anti-ice on in the sim before you called that. I'm gonna have to redeem myself now through this flight after taking that taxiway. The only abnormal stuff about this aircraft, Mohammed, is the pilot. Joshua, you don't need that one. That one's only used normally on the ground, so it's the window heat. It's automatically on anyway when the engines are running. So that's just if you get into the flight deck in the morning and it's freezing and you need to demist your windows. Think a cold day when you get in the car and you're off to work. Climb through that cloud layer and then we can get those back off. So in a couple of minutes we'll be over Southampton. And aside from the messy taxi, then I think we're all good. I kind of wish the weather radar was working though. Looking at what I can see outside. Sadly, it is in-op, as is the terrain radar. I think once fly-by-wire get the terrain radar, the weather radar, all that stuff working back, combined with the flight management system that we've got in this experimental build, this is going to be a really nice, neat aircraft. Not that it isn't already, but for things like flying on VATSIM, I think TCAS is very important because of all of the areas that are uncontrolled. You want to be able to see what's around you, don't you? First big mistake in a long time. Well, yeah, I suppose I'll take that. Only virtual lives at risk here. Knox, the cabin announcements are from self-loading cargo, which is a nice little app. Nick, yeah, two things, aren't they? I mean, the ground radar as well is nice, but I'd take that last. TCAS and weather would be nice. Trolling Thunder, no major changes at all. It's still as good as it ever was, really. We obviously can't complain. It's great. Love this aircraft and the work the fly-by-wire team do. Oh, that's the call from the supervisor. Did I just see you taxi down an exit taxiway? Well, these clouds go up, don't they? I'll show you the weather en route as well. I mentioned that as we were setting the stream up. Let's just scroll down to the bottom here. So, does the zoom no longer work on this? Or is it just zoomed in automatically to the maximum? Oh, I think it is. So let me just scroll. Yeah, look at that. So when we get through Portugal, we've got isolated cumulonimbus clouds. We've then got a jet stream as well. Biggest point of biggest threat of turbulence comes at Evora. I have no idea where that is, by the way. I'm going to guess it's going to be down near Portugal. Oh, there it is. So around 2 hours into the flight. Just in that call was from the co-pilot who I forgot to bring. No, I didn't. He sat there. In the form of HD. Does anybody else get the screens flickering when going through cloud layers? That never used to happen. I think that is another Sim Update 5-ism. Which is annoying. London Stansted, air traffic control is online. That's quite rare, don't see that very often. Captain Matthias, what is VNAV? Why is it important? It's not really. VNAV just means you can be lazier. Or at least that's how I see it. It just works out when you need to start your descent, and it works out how fast you need to descend and things like that. But you can do that all yourself. HD, you don't need VNAV, and if you can't multiply by 3, don't fly this aircraft. I wonder if we're going to climb above those clouds now. We've got 7,000 feet to go, so yeah, we should be able to get there. And nicely above that cloud there. Pilots, hello from Turkey. Question, am I real life? No, sadly not. My eyesight's not good enough. I failed that medical years ago. Sim Dad, good morning to you. I've not seen you for a while. Hope you're well. Hazelgen, thanks for the info. You're not able to... No, you can't do holds just yet. You definitely don't need holds. Oh, sorry, we do need holds, but you can't do them yet. And you had to hold at JFK the other night. Yeah, they had an event, didn't they, into New York? That is one event that I would be sticking well clear of if I hadn't got the ability to accurately fly a hold without having to do it manually. Nick, you've managed to get the Orbx scenery before the stream started. Are we? Yes, we are. We're flying to the Orbx Fuerteventura today. One of the reasons I wanted to do this flight is to show that off. They've kindly sent me a copy of that, so big thanks to Orbx for their continued support. Coco, no, these clouds are default. Everything that you see with regards to the weather is default this morning. Ian, good morning. Oh, you found the channel after the flights of bug bit you the other day. Oh, sounds like you were a retired flight simmer. Good to have you back in the game. Simdad, you're on opposite time zones with me. Yeah, I mean, what time is it here? Local times, 20 to 11 in the morning. Flying it manually is a challenge, we didn't get yet. Oh, I still don't think I'd have flown it manually. I'd have still had the autopilot on, and I'd have just used the chrono and kept us in heading mode. How high do these clouds go? I thought we were breaking through the tops of them. Maybe not. Justin, you can wear glasses, contact lenses, have laser eye surgery, etc., but still within certain parameters, of which I fall out of. Ian, you're getting back into it after a few years on FSX. Oh, Ian, if you've been on FSX, come over to Microsoft Flight Simulator. You will love it. No more out-of-memory messages. HD, did you get in last night with no star? Nice. Mr. Neuro, the Scottish Silkwing. What a name. Good morning. And piloters, you're a student pilot doing the PPL in Turkey. Very nice. No, Nick, that is coming. That is coming. There's a new, I don't know if you've seen the news actually, Thrustmaster are about to release a new set. If you go to their website you'll see it in the latest news, so I think we're holding out for that. Can tell we're nice and heavy, climbing at 800 feet per minute. ISA is only +2, so nothing bad about that. Pilotage? No, never been to Turkey. Well, not in real life. That was an interesting VATSIM message. Ryan, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, good evening from Melbourne, Australia. Hope you've had a good first day back at work. Monday night. That'd be great. That Monday's done and dusted for you now, isn't it? We're all starting. We're coming out of the clouds. And what's the temperature? Oh, -52. Anti-ice can come off. Fitzy, I didn't know you were in Melbourne as well. You may have told me, but I'd just forgotten. Frey, am I also testing the FS model match? Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I do have some model matching going on for VATSIM, but it's nothing special. Oh, Ryan, you're on the afternoon shift, working till 10 PM, so you got us on at work. Oh, we'll keep you entertained. For the mileage Monday flights, it'll be as normal. Once we get to the cruise, then I'll do the top of climb checks, and then I'll come off the microphone for the cruise, but I'll be back on as we start planning our arrival into Fuerteventura. Elliot, you're also in Melbourne. Oh, the Australian crew in here. I'm a huge fan of Neighbours, by the way. That said, I'm slightly behind the times as I have to watch it on catch-up. I think I've just caught up with July 2020. Sadly, watching soaps gets put back a long way when you have a work life, a sim life, and 4 children. Sim Dad, you're a VATSIM junkie. Nick, you've just realised this is Mileage Monday, but we are on Easyjet. That's right, yeah. So, who wants to go find this aircraft in real life? Did it push back at the same time as me, and did it also take the wrong taxiway? If you get on Flight Radar 24, you'll find this flight. It should have departed 45 minutes ago. We departed... well, we pushed back just coming up to 40 minutes ago. We weren't that bad, actually, pushing back off the block time. Mr. Neuro-Scottish, yesterday you went to your local airport, you saw a 737 MAX Norwegian, but you've seen it in the same place for a year or so, so it could just be in storage. Not every aircraft is out of storage yet. Mac Alt Star. Simdad, you're going to fly over the Pacific while you sleep. Nice. And Alt Cruise. TCAS doesn't work, but never mind. And just big fluffy white clouds then. No scenery to enjoy. Hopefully that might clear as we head over Spain and Portugal. HD, guess the registration of the aircraft. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find it, or do I have to guess it first? Let me see. No, apologies about that. My cabin crew was just telling me she's stepping out. I told her she's at 37,000 feet. That's an insane thing to do, but not only is she stepping out with all kids in tow. God bless her. Registration of the aircraft. It's not going to be the same as ours, is it? Never. It's not going to be Echo Zulu Golf Sierra, surely. Echo Zulu HD. Let's have a look. Finding my flight radar up now. Where's it gone? I want to find out how close we are in real life to where it is. And what time he took off. So what time did he depart? Oh, do you know, I'm just going to search for him. What's the flight number? 8535. Oh, there it is. It's a HD aircraft. I didn't know that. I've actually just discovered that it wasn't departing at 10 o'clock at all. I don't know why I'd got it into my head that it was departing at 10 o'clock. It departed at 5:45 this morning. Oh well, never mind. HD, you need to get yourself on an aircraft with that registration. Anyway, let's do these checks, shall we? We'll do a fuel check as well at Basic. So, 2 ton of fuel used. That makes sense. Bleed air page is fine. All the pressure looks good. Auto landing elevation of 60 feet. HD, I'm not far behind you. Just going to do these checks, grab some grab some en route weathers, and then I'm heading back to the galley myself. Now I have jam and toast tea, so I shall speak to you shortly. 3,000 psi. There we go. 2 ton of fuel burnt. AP unit on. Cabin was all good. Brake temperatures are fine. Computer's all working. System status is indeed normal. So at Basig, let's check that. There we go. So at Basig, should be about 31 minutes into the flight. That will make sense considering I forgot to start the chrono. What should we have? We should have 10.8, 11.3 tons of fuel on board. Oh, nice. That appears to be all correct. So then the only other thing to do would be to have a quick check of some en route weathers. Let's see, what should we pop for? So let's go to our menu, Atsu, AOC, messages, received, we haven't got any. Alright, so let's go with, let's just put Golf, Charlie, Fox, Victor, which is our arrival airport, of course. Pop that in there. Okay, en routes we'll have Nance, which is Lima Fox Romeo Sierra. We always seem to have that one. No matter where we fly, we always seem to be flying close to that. We could also put Bordeaux in as well, Lima Fox Bravo Delta. And how about Bilbao? Send that off. Bond, can you simulate failures in Flight Sim 2020? Not too realistically. You could shut an engine down and see how you get on, but not too realistically. Ian, is the autopilot of the fly-by-wire more reliable? I wouldn't say it's more reliable, but it receives better commands. The information that is sent to the autopilot in order to fly the aircraft is better, if that makes some sort of sense. Right, let's have a quick look. Oh, that's what I want to see. So, Cav OK at our destination in Nantes. Cav OK again. Bordeaux, Cav OK. Winds are fine as well throughout all of this. And then finally in Bilbao, Cav OK. Oh, right, so it's just the UK that's got crummy weather then. Figures. Oh, look at this. I'm about 20 seconds from Basic and I wanted 11.3 tons. And we're going to nail it bang on. I might have 10 ton extra, you know. Oh look, there we go. No, it's jumped. There we are. Spot on. 11.3 tons. Don't you just love it when it works? Ha. Oh guys, right, well, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. Of course, we are going to be flying for the full length. I'm going to be coming off the microphone now that we've done our top of climb checks, got the en route weather, etc. I'm going to go into the galley, grab myself a drink. I shall be back with you in the chat room very shortly. If you have enjoyed the flight so far this morning, please do hit like on the stream. It does allow and help others to find the channels with the YouTube algorithm. And of course, if you are new to the channel, please do make sure you hit subscribe and turn on the notifications bell so you don't miss any future content from the channel. Yeah. Thanks so much for watching, guys. As I say, I'm going to head back and I shall be back with you on the microphone and voice for our descent and approach planning into Fuerteventura. But I'll be with you throughout the duration of the flight in the chat room. So, once these clouds clear, we can enjoy some nice views of Spain and Portugal before heading out over the Atlantic. So, I shall be back very shortly. Thanks for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, you'll be delighted to hear that we're now at our cruising altitude, and we hope to give you nice views throughout the flight as we have good weather ahead and shouldn't be experiencing any turbulence. Of course, this means that you will not spill any of your drinks that you may have from the cabin crew as they begin to start making their way around the aircraft. Could you please ensure that the aisles are kept clear so the cabin crew can offer you their cabin service, which will begin shortly. A reminder that Easyjetsimpilot channel members are able to access free drinks throughout the duration of the flight. Thank you, and I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the remainder of the flight.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Got way too many fake friends, and I'm always scared to meet them. If only I could pretend. Always keep my head down, and my breath making no sounds. I'm only here to watch me drown. Too cool, too cool. Summer house with a pool. Too cool, too cool. Do what you do. Too cool, too cool. Always fucking up the rules. Hit the gas, no cruise. Too cool, too cool. Always souls feeling empty. Ripping all the demons cause you hurt me. It's like they only wanna see how I drown, yeah. Fake friends with their phones out. Always popping pills when you're not around. I swear they only bring you down. I know you're a fool. Cashed up, no clues. Always flexing that you're cool, yeah. Do what you do. Too cool, too cool. Summer house with a pool. Too cool, too cool. Do what you do. Too cool, too cool. Always fucking with the rules. Hit the gas, no cruise. Too cool, too cool. Too cool, too cool. Always fucking with the rules. Hit the gas, no cruise. Too cool, too cool. Too cool, too cool. Always fucking up the rules. Hit the gas, no cruise. Do what you do.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, take full advantage of your tax-free allowances today and make some amazing savings with our boutique range. In your in-flight brochure, you'll find details of our award-winning selection of gifts, most with massive discounts, some of which are exclusive to you as an Easyjet customer. Make the most of your opportunity to shop and save from the comfort of your seat. If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly. In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm back with you for the landing. So, pleasant flight so far. Not as turbulent as I was expecting in a couple of places. I did see it start to get a little bit rocky. About 200-300 miles back when we were over Portugal, but seems like everything other than that is behaving itself. I'm going to go ahead and get the weather. We're then going to do the landing checks. We're going to ascertain which runway is actually in use, because I think it may have the runway may have changed. To be fair, I think the winds are blowing in any old direction, so either runway would be in use, but we'll just do a quick check. If we check now, the easiest way I like to do this is to nip onto Flight Radar 24, see who's landed recently. In fact, I've just seen, yeah, one's landed recently, runway 01, so that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Enter Air from Warsaw has just landed, and it looks like actually that's the exact route we're almost going to be doing ourselves. HD, hi mate. So the other arrival's going to beat me. Oh, right, okay. Well, let's pop that back into manage mode, slow down a little bit. In fact, if we roll that back to Mach 7.7, that should give us a bit of time, wouldn't it? No point arriving at the same time, so we're going to roll that speed back then to Mach 7.7 just for separation issues, as there is traffic ahead. Sadly, with no working TCAS though, we can't see that, but never mind. So with a different runway in use, let me just go ahead and get the AOC menu up. We will get a weather request. I'm also going to get Tenerife South in here as well. Golf Charlie Tango Sierra, which is our alternate. Send that off. So we'll just wait for that to come through, and whilst I'm doing that, we're going to change our arrival runway, and we're going to change the star as well. While I'm just waiting for that message to come through, bear with me a sec, as of course always happens at 39,000 feet, the postman knocks on the door. I'll be back with you in a couple of seconds. Oh, back with you. Turns out it wasn't the postman, it was the cabin crew returning to duty after a flight. Anyway, Where were we? So, weather. So let's change this arrival. We're going to be doing the ILS-01 Zulu, and that is the 6... What was the name of that chart? I bet it's come off now as well. I hate this. Yeah, it's disappeared. Let me just grab the correct chart. It's the Tetro 6 Sierra that we want. There it is. And that brings us in via SOTAD. And insert. There we go. Does it all beautifully for us. Thank you, fly-by-wire. So now that's all inserted correctly, we'll work out when we're going to start descending pretty soon. Let's get that company message, and then we'll check the weather. So as HD has just confirmed, it's 150 at 7. So a very slight tailwind. HD just changed it because they're still using runway 1 in the real world, which would mean, I imagine, VATSIM traffic will also be doing the same. So that's why that's why we've changed that. But you're quite right, of course. Runway 19 would have been more than fine. Shame no ATC is on online, as that would have obviously settled things once and for all. I need to scribble this down because I daren't press the print button. So it is 150 at 7, 26 degrees, that sounds nice, and 1013. Of course, the other thing that we can do, how far away from Tetro? Well, we're still about 150, 140 miles away from Tetro, haven't we? Let's see, we've got traffic ahead of us. We can see which runway they're going to be heading to, can't we? Using VATScope. We know TCAS doesn't work, sadly. But we've got the weather information, so we can be popping that in anyway. But I've found in the past most people tend to use, if no ATC is online, they tend to use the real world one that is in use, as that's what VATSIM likes to do. That wind 150 at 7. We can always change it back. Transition altitude is 6,000 feet. I think that's fair, HD. Not always following what happens in real life. To be fair, we've also had ATC not following what happens in real life. I forget which runway that was. Somewhere up in Scandinavia. I honestly can't remember where it was. Right, decision altitude runway visual range is 1,500 meters. We're well above that. So it's going to be 576. That is for runway 19, of course. So that's all planned in, and if we need to change that approach, we've still got a good over 100 miles or so to do that. Was it Gothenburg, HD? Wow, you've got a good memory. Tell you what we can do. I'm just having a look. We can probably message the... Let me see if I can send a private message to the guy who is coming in ahead of us. I just need to remember the dot command for this. And we'll ask him which runway he's planning on using. I'm quickly doing a a Google for how do you send a private message. I don't normally do it. I only send them to controllers, and that's usually very easy to do. If anyone can remember it off by heart, please do tell me. Is it something like dot private? Let me see. There we go. So dot MSG. So dot MSG, and then the call sign is EXS Chanex 37 Juliet. There we go. So I'm just going to ask him, which runway are you planning for in Fuerteventura? We'll see if we get a message back. Let's have a quick look about decide when we're going to start heading down and other things. So, situational awareness and help us come down. We can program the rad nav with Fox Tango Victor. .1 4.1. Flip that on. Pick that up soon. If he says runway 19 HD, I'll be happy. It means I get in quicker. Less track mileage. And then let's see if we are doing runway 19. Then we need to be looking at getting down to flight level 90 by Fox Victor 732. Actually, if we did it for 731, just because we've got to slow down. Let me get the charts up so you guys can see this. So this is the arrival if we're doing runway 01, and if we're doing runway, sorry, this is runway 19. So there's 19. So as you can see, nice and slow, 220 knots at Omoto. Bet those speed restrictions are done away with when it's not quite as busy. So we want to look at getting down to 9,000 feet, flight level 90. Let's put in Fox Victor 731, shall we? Fox Victor 731. How far away are we? 191 miles. So that's 30,000 feet. 369. We've got a great headwind, so about 90 miles away. When we're 90 miles away, we'll start that descent. Oh, there we go. We've just got a private message back. Hello, it's 01 real life, and the winds keep varying, so he's going for 01. There we go. Good call. Good call was also going for real life 01, but wanted to check due to the winds. Okay, so that's it. Decision has been made. It is going to be runway 01. So we're now set up for the ILS runway 01, in which case let's get the correct chart. NIDOM 621, 622, 623, etc, etc. Let's just check the coding of that. NIDOM 2122, 23, and then SUTAD. HD, you've been proved wrong. Well, it had to happen eventually. It's only taken 12 months. Do you know what I could have done? That would have been really neat. Is in I don't know if he's flying the fly-by-wire. That's the thing. If, to be fair, he won't be. Most likely, if he's a Jet 2 pilot. But if he had been flying the fly-by-wire, I could have sent him a private message through the messaging system in the Mach 2. That would have been quite cool. Hey, Christian, good to see you, mate. How you doing? Oh look, those clouds are finally clearing. So another thing I want to do then is, we know that we're going to land around 1.4 tons heavier than the fuel shown on here. So let me just do some calculations, then we'll do a landing calculation check. So what have we got? 2764. We're going to land with around, let's call it 4.2 tons of fuel, shall we? What have we got at the moment? Actually, we'll see how we get on with that. So we should land with about 4.2 tons of fuel. Let's go with that, which means that we're going to lose around 0.8 tons. We're at 63.9. Let's do a landing calculation. Or let's do 63.5. Let's be safe. So we'll do a landing calculation for 63.5 tons. So we're landing at Golf Charlie Fox Victor. Get the METAR. The runway is, where's our runway altitude? Let's grab that. 37 feet. Runway heading is 006. Runway condition is dry. Runway slope negligible. Landing distance available. Let's have a quick look. Landing distance available for 01 is 2406 meters. Approach speed, we might have that actually calculated. 124. And I'm going for 63.5 tons, fully configured. Calculate. That's slightly concerning. Okay, so we will use manual braking. If you're planning to use manual HD, would you still put an auto brake on, just in case? I will let HD come back and answer that. So the tailwind obviously playing a factor there. Right, let's have a look at this approach. Thanks HD, we'll go medium and see how that works. Come on charts, come back. Oh, I've got to type you back in again. I wish it could hold that. It's just tiny little things I wish this aircraft did, and then it'd be fine. Okay, so we can amend our descent a little bit now. If we're aiming for 5,000 feet at SOTAD, bearing in mind we can probably pull ourselves off onto the approach a little sooner, then we can probably look to aim for NIDOM now. We want to be below 8,000, or flight level 80 at NIDOM. So let's go ahead and just change this. Which is obviously a little bit further away. And we can probably still look now at starting that top of descent. I mean, because what are we at? We're at 39,000 feet, aren't we? We've got a good strong headwind, so I still think 90 miles is a safe bet. Get us down, get us slowed down. So that's okay. So about 50, 60 miles to go before we start heading down. As we're coming in then, we've got these max speed constraints as well. Because we've got those, I'm just going to check and have a look. Are they showing on here? The reason I'm looking at those speed constraints with a sort of threat is because there's a good chance the engines may want to spool up and maintain those. I don't want that to happen. So, what was that VAP speed? I'm going to select that manually. 124. So when we're on approach, I want to do that. So here's our arrival route. And keeping an eye on the aircraft in front of us. Once he's down, we can just vector ourselves in. Minimum safe altitude, of course, is 3,100 feet. Let's have a look at the approach. Here it is. Platform altitude is 2,500 feet. Transition altitude is 6,000, I think. There it is. And our decision altitude, which I think we've already popped in, is 272. Runway visual range is above 600. So let's just go ahead and edit that, because this decision altitude was for a different runway, 272. There we go. So HD normally go top suit to SOTAD. HD, no it isn't. Check decision altitude. Is it not 272? What have we got here? Oh, hang on. I know you're you're about a minute behind on the stream, aren't you? Are you thinking we've got the wrong one in? I'll wait for you to come back on that and confirm that for me. Well, there we go, 272. Oh, goodness me, I'm having a moment. Sorry, 292, of course. Wrong category aircraft. There we go. QNH is 1013 and the ILS 109.5. Let's check that's in the RadNav, which it is. That runway elevation once more, 37, and the missed approach. So let's check this out. Climb to 530 and then a right turn at a max speed of 185 knots. And that runway visual range needed 600 meters, which we are above. So we're permitted to start the approach. And it will be tender that we aim for, and we fly then to intercept the radial 067 from Fox Tango Victor. In that case, let me just pop that in, 067. We shouldn't need this, but that's in there now because we don't have the go around track in the database for us. At that point we can enter a hold. Or we can just start the approach again. Missed approach altitude, of course, is 4,000 feet. Let's just have a quick check what we're doing when we're landing. So we can vacate to the left, and I just want to check, it's easy to see on my actual tablet here. So taxiways Echo 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are to use to exit the taxiway. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can use any of those. Okay, how far away are we from that top of descent? 20 miles to go. Right, so let's just go through the final preparation. So we've got the weather, we've got the landing information, we've got that. Flight management guidance computer is all set. Landing elevation 37 feet. auto brake is put on medium for that tailwind. We'll just keep an eye on that as well. We've done our arrival briefing. Things we need to be aware of with regards to threats. We've got terrain to the west, which we know about. And let me just pull back onto the chart and we can have a quick look on that approach. Here it is. So, threats to be aware of. I've just mentioned the terrain. We need to make sure we make a nice right hand turn if we have to do a go around. We're also landing with a tailwind. There's the potential for wind shear as well, right on the coast. We know the Canary Islands are prone to stuff like that. And the other thing to be aware of is, I'm going from memory here, but let me just double check this. I'm pretty certain this airport has got a massive displaced threshold, which that picture out the window, there it is. There it is. It's got a huge displaced threshold. How long is that? 1,000 meters. Whew. Don't land on it. Nice long runway, but you can't land on all of it, unfortunately. So that completes our arrival briefing. Sadly, we can't have the terrain radar on. Let's just set the local QNH 1013, which just happens to be the same as standard anyway, so... There we go. And I think we're about ready to start heading down then. So HD, just once more for my benefit, did you say you're normally coming in and doing Tospu and direct to Sotad, so you're cutting all that little bit of track miling out? We can use this VOR. Oh, hang on. Slight change of plan. Apparently it's now runway 19, according to a friend who has an ATIS report near the airport, so we're changing to runway 19. Right, okay. Actually, doesn't change that much for us. So it's now going to be ILS 19. I need to start the descent though. It's the 8 Whiskey via Bamku. Insert. Right, I'm going to start that descent and I've got the charts next to me. I then need to revisit some of that performance, but let's start heading down. So, I'm going to select a flight level of 150 as we start going down now. So let's pull that, thrust idle, open descent, flight level 150. Down we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck once again, you will be delighted to hear that we will shortly be starting our descent into our destination, at which point the cabin crew will start preparing for our arrival. If you could please make sure that all the aisles are clear and the cabin crew are able to make their way around the aircraft without any luggage in the aisles, that would be most appreciated. A reminder for our Easyjet pilot members that free drinks are still available from the cabin crew until the seatbelt signs are turned on. Please note, however, that the toilets will shortly go out of use. Thank you.
We can now use auto brake low, thanks HD, given that huge stopway at the end of the runway that we're now coming in. We're now going down, and I'm just going to double check that we've got the right waypoints in there. So I want to see a Moto 731, 732 Bamku. There we go. That's fine. Now let me update some of the minimums. Runway 19 is 576. Decision. Altitude. Last minute change of plan. Interestingly, our VAP speed hasn't changed, has it? I would have expected that to update. Wind 150 at 8. Let's go and see if that changes anything. It might just need a kick to see if that VAT speed changes. Now we're planning for... Oh, we've got 19 Yankee in there. That's wrong. Zulu. I'm going to have to put the star in as well. And that's still Viet Bamku. There we go. Okay, so we also need to revisit the go-around procedure as well. And I want to check that this plan looks right. Bamku Roxas, Nobly should be Ratat and Tuville. Ratat, Tuville. There we go. Right, so platform altitude is 2,000 feet. Right, I need to start getting this aircraft down because we are above the profile at the moment. .3. That's good. Okay, whilst we got I'm now looking at the other charts. Sorry, it's not on the tablet. The go around. Go around is still 4,000 feet. Climb over the VOR, and then when we're at a distance of 5.5 miles, 5.4 miles. Climb to 1,500 or above, right turn to follow a 36.3 DME arc from Lanzarote. Let's get that in there. LZR. So we've got that for the misapproach if needed. What else do I need to double check? Runway elevation is now 83. We've updated the platform altitude. ILS glide slope is 3.4, a bit steeper. But the runway visual range 1,500 meters, and we're still able to do that. The go around which I hope we don't have to do. 56 DME arc goes over some terrain, so need to be aware of that. So the go-around is to the right, going right over the island. That's quite interesting. Well, I wonder why the go-around goes that way. I think we may need some speed brakes on this. Having said that, we've got track miles to play with. We do have track miles to play with just here, and because I'm obviously looking here, that's direct, but we've got to go down and back round, so that will help. So with lots to do, we'll get those seatbelt signs on. Then we'll run the approach checklist. Minimums are now set, both sides. Engine mode selector is normal. Electronic flight bag is stowed. Okay. Let's talk about a go-around, just in case we've not got down in time, which could potentially be a possibility. So if we need to do a go-around, toga, thrust, go-around flaps. We'll target 15 to 17.5 degrees pitch. Basically, we'll take off. Once we're happy, positive rate of climb, gear up. And the one thing that I forget quite often when this happens is thrust reduction and acceleration. Altitude 1,000 feet. Okay, so that's okay. Given that we're almost at sea level, so at 1,000 feet we're going to come back to climb thrust. We're obviously going to retract the flaps on schedule. I'm also going to pull the heading bug so we fly out on that runway heading, and then at 5.4 miles we will make that turn to start following a 56 mile DME arc. So we're coming to Lobov now, and at Moto we need flight level 090 or above, which is fine. Now we need to start slowing down. Thanks, HD. So go around, well, toga, go around flaps, pitch up, flaps, FMAs, positive rate, gear up. We need to continue that descent. (1013) the local QNH. I've now set 5,000 feet. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to set 6,000 feet. Thrust idle, open descent, 6,000 blue. And I now need to start reducing that speed as well. I'm actually going to activate the approach phase now as well. HD, is the approach clear? Thank you for that. We just need to get down a little further, don't we? I need to continue the descent, so my speed brakes are out. I need to remember those speed brakes are out. Keep that descent going. Okay, so manage speed, slowing down to green dot. Fuerteventura traffic, Easyjet Romeo Mike is on the Tetro 8 Whiskey, arrival just past Omoto at flight level 140, descending to altitude 6,000. Thrust idle, open descent, and we're making the right hand turn. And HD, who's monitoring the traffic for me on VATScope, says a direct to Ratat would be fine now. Okay, so let's go ahead and look to do that. And insert that. And there it is, our holiday destination. I was just checking, we hadn't got any air traffic control online. that would have... that would, if they'd have come on and said, oh no, we're using runway 01, I think that would have been my cause to disconnect at that point. We've probably got about 30 or so track miles, 35 track miles to go, so yeah, track miles were good. We could also continue the descent down as well. We want 3,000 feet at Ratat. We're cleared to get down there, so let's go and set that. 3,000 blue. Going to get those lights on nice and early. So there we are at 10,000 feet. We may just be pushing that slightly. I'm going to pop those speed brakes out just to help get us down there. And if we are going to be above, then we can start configuring now a little bit earlier. So flaps 1, speed's fine. Flaps 1. Just pulling a VS. Make sure we can slow down, but I also want to keep going down as well. So at our speed, 900 feet per minute. Thrust idle open descent. Speed brakes still out. If we are going to be ahead, I can extend the track mileage a little bit. If we go into heading mode, get a few extra miles, we can make a right hand turn now. I'm going to go for that. So heading, and we'll just extend that a little bit. Go to heading 350. Speed brakes still out. I'm making mental notes of these speed brakes because I always forget that they're still there. So I want to keep telling myself, speed brakes still out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed, armrest down, and window blind open. You now need to be seated with your seatbelt fastened, ready for landing. Please help us by handing in any rubbish, newspapers, or magazines that you do not want to take with you. The toilets are no longer in service.
Okay, glide slope is starting to meet us, so speed brakes are now retracted. I'm just going to wait for that to become level. Then we'll go direct Tuville, intercept the ILS and the glide slope. So we can now look at doing that now. Let's go direct Tuville. And given how close that glide slope is, we can now also go flaps 2. Speed checked. Flaps 2. And if we maintain 180 knots, we've got the drag that we need. Fuerteventura traffic easy 86 Romeo Mike is 70 miles from Tuville to land runway 19. Do you know what? I'm just going to go back into heading mode because that's going to bring me round on that direct. So there we go. That should work. We're now nicely below the profile. I've slowed that rate of descent down. And I just want to check there's no speed restrictions at Tuville, otherwise it will spool those engines up to capture that speed. Okay, I think we're nicely set up to come and intercept the ILS now below the glide slope, so we can activate the approach. Autopilot 2, Alt, glide slope, lock, blue, Cat 3, dual, autopilot 1 and 2. $15 miles out. I didn't mean to pan that far over to the left just then. That was my bit of a sim stutter. Alt star, And that's coming in now. Just a beam 2 so that's okay. Rather barren landscape, isn't it? There's lock start. Capturing the ILS. Glide slope's alive. And I can just see the runway lights flashing ahead of us.
2,500.
Rear altimeter is alive. Fuerteventura, traffic easy 86 Romeo Mike, landing runway 19, 10 mile final. Okay, so that's 10 miles. Glide slope is about to be captured. Glide slope start. Missed approach altitude set. 4,000 feet.
Cabin crew, please take
Flight
your seats
attendants,
for
please prepare for landing.
Roll that speed back to 160 now.
2,500.
Christian, no go around. No, I need a wee. 7.5 miles. Oh, I do wish they would go away. Six and a half miles then. And just checking where that's targeting. That's fine. 6 miles now, so landing gear down. Spoilers. And the lights all on. Someone really wants to talk to me, don't they? Landing checklist. Cabin secured. Oh, hang on. Flaps 3. Shall we go flaps 3? That's my phone interrupting me. Flaps 3. Flaps full. Now let's run that landing checklist. Cabin secured for landing. Auto thrust. Speed. Go around altitude 4,000. Set. ECAM memo. Landing. No blue.
1,000.
1,000 feet. That wind coming off the terrain slightly from the right then. Beware, there's still a displaced threshold here, not quite as long as that we coming from the other side. Autopilot 1 and 2 now disengaged. I have control. So just keeping up with that slightly steeper approach that we briefed earlier on.
Above. Minimum.
Continue.
500.
500, approach stable. Just looking slightly to the right of that centre line. Let's quickly get back on. Those pappies are rather difficult to see embedded into the terrain, aren't they?
300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30.
20, 10, 5.
And spoilers deployed. I presume they are. The ECAM screen doesn't change. Auto brake low. Reversers are on. 70 knots, reversers off. And disconnect the auto brakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we ask that you remain seated until the fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off. Portable electronic devices for messaging, calls or internet access may now be used. Please make sure that you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the seat pocket, underneath the seat and in the overhead lockers. Do take care when opening the lockers in case anything falls out. Smoking is not permitted until you reach a designated smoking area. On behalf of the captain and the crew, it has been our pleasure looking after you today. Our ground crew will help you complete your Easyjet journey. For the latest news, promotions, flight and destination information, check out our official Facebook page, Twitter or Easyjet app.
I'll check that in a moment, HD. Let's just get away from the active. Get on this nice straight bit and then we'll tidy the aircraft up. Fuerteventura traffic, runway 19 vacated. Yeah, I could probably have done a little bit more of a flare there, couldn't I? Not the nicest of flares, but you know, we've had some pretty decent landings recently. It was time we had a bad one. No SD pages are set. HD wants stand 26. Is that closest to the toilet? Okay, so let's shut down engine 2 and get the pump on. And we'll check out this new scenery then from Orbx. I say new, it's been there a while I think. HD, is there a cooldown time? I did not know that. I did not know about a cooldown time. Every day's a school day. Especially on this channel. We're on the ground safe and sound so we can get the funky tunes back on. The cool sea breeze will cool engine number 2 down. It's close to the Atlantic. At least it is the same HD, same up as down, so it's not like you've got to remember any daft figures. Nice to know though. Now I'm trying to work out if the aircraft that I can see ahead of me at the gates are static or VATSIM. So we'll take Lima 4 in a moment, and we'll give HD a stand number 26, shall we? Oh, this looks nice. I like this. So again, guys, if you're joining late, this is Fuerteventura scenery from Orbx. So a big thank you to them for providing this for our stream today. Christian, it looks more like a beach party than an airport. Why do you think I brought us here? Right on Alpha 3, third stand on the left. Migs, you've learnt more on this channel than anywhere else. You know what, Migs? Me too. Right, where's that? That's stand 27, next on the left. Ah, cool. I wonder if that's the Jet 2 that got in before us. Nice. Seriously, the duty officer can't be calling me this soon. Sadly, there's no one there to meet us. If that plane is 37 Juliet, the CHANX, then Bastian, yeah, that's the one that just got in before us, so nice that he's still there to see us land. Nick shouldn't be too far away, I don't think. Right, no marshaller. Let's cheat. Oh, that was a bit short. Try again. So the 320 line is now beneath us. We can't be far off there. That'll do. Oh, beautiful stuff. Parking brakes set. APU is running, shutting down engine 1. Oh, I went to turn off the seatbelt signs. There we go. Engine 1 shut down. We're now N1 minus below 10. Beacon light is off. External power is available. Let's get you connected. And has Nick just landed? Fantastic.
Cabin crew, safety off the door. Thank you.
Right, so then guys, I believe that's job done. Welcome to Fuerteventura. Hope you've enjoyed the Mileage Monday flight. I should have made a PA call to the passengers. Nobody is allowed off this aircraft until the captain has made it to the toilet. Oh, HD, I meant to ask you about that. APU bleed because of COVID, presumably. There we go. So, transponder is done. Let's get those fuel pumps off. Ready to refuel. You can also turn off the electric pump as well. Nice! Right, HD, you can fly her back. I'm done for the day. Oh, thanks so much, guys. Hope you enjoyed a Mileage Monday flight. It seems to... Hello, what's going on here? It's been a while since we've done a Mileage Monday flight, or it certainly appears to have been a while. So I'm really glad we got to do this today. It has been a while indeed. So we'll be back, of course, later on this week, potentially tomorrow and Wednesday, with a couple more live streams. It really does depend on real life. Unfortunately, real life does tend to get in the way, but a great learning experience nevertheless with the flight. A few things went a little bit astray, but we make mistakes. The important thing is to learn from the mistakes. So, thanks very much, guys, to everyone for watching, and to Nick as well, who flew along. Great to have Nick alongside me, and of course, always to HD for his guidance to us all and answering many of your questions that you have on the stream as well. I look forward to seeing you all again very soon. And again, just before I go, to mention the channel supporters of Orbx. So big thank you to them. There's Nick in what looks like a really nice, lovely pink livery. It's not. That's a sim bug. But yeah, this airport is available from Orbx, of course. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. A big thank you to those of you who have donated and contributed to the channel throughout the stream today, and of course, as always, to our Easyjet Simpilot channel members. Have a great Monday, everyone. I shall see you all again very, very soon. Bye bye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit once again, we apologise for the slight delay in getting you to your destination, but you are now free to deboard and we look forward to seeing you soon.